The Chronicles of Valdara. A Frontier Story Part 1, The Awakening of a Continent Prologue. The land before the maps, before there were names, there was silence. Not the silence of emptiness, for the land was never empty, but the silence of a world that had not yet been spoken of in the languages of those who would one day claim to have discovered it. The continent of Valdara stretched vast and ancient beneath skies that shifted between violent amber and whispering gray, a landmass so enormous that no single person had ever walked from one edge to the other and lived to tell the complete tale. It was a place of deep forests that breathed like sleeping giants, of rivers so wide that their far banks seemed like rumors, of mountain ranges whose peaks pierced the clouds and vanished into realms where even the eagles refused to fly. It was a continent of storms and stillness, of beauty that could break a person's heart and dangers that could take their life before they had time to understand what was happening. The people who already lived there, the Thalori of the eastern woodlands, the Kesselmer of the northern highlands, the Varendra of the southern grasslands, the Assyri of the western river valleys, and dozens of other nations whose names would never be recorded in any book written by the newcomers. They did not call it Valdara. They had no single name for it, because to them it was not a thing that needed naming. It was simply the world. It was home. It was the ground beneath their feet and the sky above their heads and the water they drank and the animals they hunted and the spirits they honored. It was everything, and everything does not require a name. Names are for things that are separate from you, things that can be held at arm's length and examined. The original people of this continent did not hold their world at arm's length. They lived inside it, the way a fish lives inside water, the way a child lives inside a mother's embrace. Not as something observed, but as something inhabited. It is not only about the newcomers who arrived with their maps and their flags and their insatiable hunger for land that did not belong to them. This story is about the space between the meeting ground, the frontier, that shifting and unstable boundary where two worlds collided and neither emerged unchanged. The frontier of Valdara was not a line on a map. It was a living, breathing, bleeding thing. It moved. It retreated. It advanced. It swallowed people whole and spat out survivors who were no longer the same people they had been when they entered it. The frontier was a process, not a place, and like all processes, it had a beginning. That beginning, as the newcomers would later tell it, started with a purchase. Chapter 1. The Treaty of Sarnath Hollow, in the year that the Eastern chroniclers would record as 1803 of their reckoning, though the Thalori counted time by the turning of the seasons and the migration of the great elk herds, and to them the year had no number. A document was signed in a small, damp room in the coastal city of Brentmer, the easternmost outpost of the Republic of Aldmere. The document was called the Treaty of Sarnath Hollow, and it concerned a vast tract of land that the Republic had acquired from the declining Thessalian Empire, a once powerful realm on the far side of the great inner sea that had, over the course of 2 centuries of mismanagement, corruption, and endless wars with its neighbors, lost the capacity to govern its overseas territories. The Thessalian Empire had claimed the western half of the Valdarian continent for nearly 200 years, though their actual presence had been limited to a handful of coastal trading posts and a few ill-fated missionary expeditions that had vanished into the interior without a trace. They had drawn lines on maps, assigned names to regions they had never visited, and declared themselves the rightful owners of millions of acres of land they could not see, could not reach, and could not defend. It was the kind of ownership that exists only on paper, the kind that requires the cooperation of everyone involved to maintain the illusion that it means something. When the Thessalian Empire's treasury ran empty and its navy could no longer protect its trade routes, the illusion collapsed, and the Republic of Aldmere, sensing opportunity the way a wolf senses weakness in a deer, moved to acquire the claim. The price was staggering, 15 million gold marks, a sum that would take the Republic decades to pay off, and that would require the creation of entirely new financial instruments to manage. The senators who approved the expenditure did so with a mixture of greed, fear, and genuine visionary ambition. Some saw it as a real estate transaction, the largest in history, a chance to double the nation's territory and secure access to the fabled mineral wealth of the Western Mountains. Others saw it as a strategic necessity, a way to prevent rival powers from establishing a foothold on the continent and threatening Aldmere's western flank. A very few, saw it as a moral question and asked whether any nation had the right to purchase land that was already inhabited by millions of people who had not been consulted in the transaction. These few were generally ignored, as people who ask inconvenient moral questions tend to be. The man who signed the treaty on behalf of the Republic was Chancellor Aldrich Voss, a tall, gaunt figure with deep-set eyes and a habit of speaking in measured, almost musical sentences that concealed a ruthless pragmatic core. Voss understood what the purchase meant in practical terms: almost nothing. The land was acquired on paper, but making it Aldmere's in reality would require decades of exploration, negotiation, conflict, and settlement. It would require maps where none existed, roads where none had been built, and a willingness to confront the unknown that most citizens of the Republic, comfortably established in their eastern cities with their shops and their newspapers and their heated homes, did not possess. Land is ours, Voss told the Senate on the day the treaty was ratified, his voice carrying the quiet certainty of a man who had already imagined every possible objection and dismissed them all. Whether we are equal to it, whether we have the courage and the endurance to make it more than a line on a map, that is the question that will define this republic for the next 100 years. He was right about the 100 years. He was right about the question. He did not live to see the answer. Chapter 2. The word spreads. News of the purchase traveled slowly. In the Republic of Aldmere in the early years of the 19th century, information moved at the speed of a horse or a sailing ship, which meant that weeks passed before the citizens of distant provinces learned that their nation had just acquired a continent. When the news arrived, it arrived in fragments, rumors first, then confirmed reports, then official proclamations posted in town squares and read aloud in taverns and meeting halls. The reactions were as varied as the people who heard them. In the merchant quarters of Brentmer, the news was received with calculated enthusiasm. Merchants who had grown rich on the coastal trade saw the interior as a vast new market, a place to sell manufactured goods and buy raw materials at prices that would make Eastern competitors weep with envy. They began forming investment syndicates before the ink on the treaty was dry, pooling capital to fund expeditions into the interior, each one hoping to be the first to establish a profitable trade route to the fabled Western Mountains, where, according to Thessalian records of dubious accuracy, rivers ran with gold, and the forests were made of timber so fine that a single log could fetch a year's salary in the eastern markets. In the farming districts of the interior valleys, the reaction was more personal and more visceral. Families who had worked the same soil for 3 generations and now found themselves squeezed by rising taxes, falling crop prices, and the steady encroachment of commercial agriculture looked westward with the desperate hope of people who see no future in the place they are. For them, the purchase was not a business opportunity or a strategic maneuver. It was a lifeline. It was the possibility of land, real land, unclaimed land, land that a man could stand on and say, "This is mine," and mean it. And that possibility was enough to overcome the very rational fear of what lay beyond the horizon. In the cities, among the educated and the comfortable, the news was treated as a curiosity, a topic for dinner conversation and editorial speculation. Newspapers printed fanciful descriptions of the Western territories based on Thessalian reports that were, in many cases, entirely fabricated. One influential broadsheet described vast cities of crystal built by a vanished civilization. Another claimed that the Western Mountains were home to tribes of giant men who rode bears into battle. A third, more grounded but no less inaccurate, assured its readers that the climate of the interior was mild and healthful, with abundant rainfall and soil so rich that crops would grow without cultivation. These reports were believed not because they were credible, but because they were appealing. People believe what they want to believe, and what the citizens of Aldmere wanted to believe was that the new land was a paradise waiting for them. The reality, as it would emerge over the following decades, was far more complicated and far less kind. Chapter 3. The first expedition Chancellor Voss understood that the first task was not settlement but knowledge. You cannot govern what you cannot describe, and you cannot describe what you have not seen. Within months of the treaty's ratification, he began assembling an expedition of exploration, not a military force, not a trading party, but a team whose purpose was to map the territory, catalog its resources, establish relations with the indigenous nations, and report back with enough information to guide future policy. The expedition was to be led by Captain Marin Calloway, a man whose qualifications were unusual but whose suitability was undeniable. Calloway was not a soldier by training, though he had served with distinction in the coastal campaigns against the Thessalian navy. He was, by inclination and by nature, a naturalist, a man who had spent his childhood collecting specimens from the tidal pools and salt marshes near his home, and who had taught himself the taxonomy of every plant and animal he encountered, with the obsessive thoroughness of someone who finds the natural world more interesting than the company of other people. He was quiet, observant, physically resilient, and possessed of a patience that bordered on the unnatural. He could sit motionless for hours watching a bird build a nest, and he could walk for days through difficult terrain without complaint. These were not glamorous qualities, but they were exactly the qualities required for an expedition into the unknown. His second in command was a woman named Jessa Thorne, a cartographer and surveyor who had been one of the first women admitted to the Aldmere Geographical Society, and who had spent the previous 5 years mapping the rugged coastline of the northern provinces with a precision that embarrassed her male colleagues. Thorne was compact, muscular, and possessed of a dry wit that she deployed with surgical precision. She had no patience for pretension and even less for incompetence, and she had agreed to join the expedition for one reason. She wanted to make maps. She wanted to take the blank spaces on the charts of Valdaria and fill them in, to transform the unknown into the known, to impose the order of cartography on the chaos of the wilderness. It was, she would later admit, a form of obsession, but it was a useful obsession, and the expedition needed it. The third key member of the expedition was a man whose role would prove more important than anyone anticipated. His name was Talan Vasic, and he was a translator, but not in the narrow sense of someone who converts words from one language to another. Vasic was a linguistic prodigy, a man who had grown up in the port districts of Brentmer, where ships from a dozen nations docked, and where the streets echoed with a babble of tongues, and who had absorbed languages the way other children absorbed nursery rhymes. By the time he was 20, he spoke 7 languages fluently and had passing familiarity with a dozen more. More importantly, he understood that translation was not merely a matter of words. It was a matter of meaning, of context, of the unspoken assumptions that underlie every utterance and that differ from culture to culture in ways that can turn a compliment into an insult or a greeting into a declaration of war. Vasic knew that the expedition's survival might depend on his ability to navigate not just languages, but the cultural landscapes that those languages expressed. The expedition set out from Brentmer in the early spring, when the roads were still muddy but passable, and the rivers were swollen with snowmelt from the interior mountains. They traveled first by barge up the Great Ardent River, the broad waterway that served as the Republic's main artery of westward movement. And then, when the river became too shallow for the barge, by foot and by pack animal, following trails that were sometimes paths, and sometimes merely the absence of dense undergrowth. From the very beginning, the expedition encountered evidence that the land was not empty. On the second day of their overland journey, they came upon a Thalori fishing camp, a cluster of birch bark shelters arranged around a smoking rack where silver-sided fish were being cured in the slow, fragrant smoke of cedar fires. The Thalori people at the camp regarded the newcomers with a mixture of curiosity and wariness that was, Vasek would later note, entirely appropriate. They had encountered Thessalian traders before, and had found them to be unreliable, greedy, and prone to making promises they could not or would not keep. The arrival of another group of strangers claiming to come in peace was not, in their experience, a cause for celebration. Calloway, on Vasek's advice, approached the camp slowly and openly, with his weapon stowed and his hands visible. He offered gifts, steel knives, which were highly prized, and rolls of woven cloth, and he asked, through Vasek's halting but improving translation, for permission to continue along the river. The Thalori elder, a woman named Selly Whitewater, studied the gifts and the strangers for a long time before responding. She did not speak for several minutes, and Calloway, who was accustomed to the rapid exchanges of Eastern society, found the silence almost unbearable. But he endured it because he understood, or was beginning to understand, that the silence was itself a form of communication, a way of saying, I am considering you. I am not yet decided. You are here, but you are not yet welcome. You are being weighed. When Selly Whitewater finally spoke, her words were simple and devastating. You may walk on this land, she said through Vasek. The land does not belong to us. We belong to the land, but you should know that the land does not like strangers who take without asking. The land has teeth. The land has memory. If you come as guests, you will be treated as guests. If you come as owners, the land will show you what it thinks of owners. Calloway recorded these words in his journal that night, writing by the light of a small fire that he kept carefully banked to avoid attracting attention. He did not fully understand what Selly Whitewater meant, but he had the intellectual honesty to admit this to himself, and he had the wisdom to be troubled by it. He wrote, The elder spoke of the land as if it were alive, as if it had intentions and preferences, as if it could make judgments. I do not know whether this is metaphor or belief, but I suspect that dismissing it as either would be a mistake. There is a knowledge here that I do not possess, and the expedition's success may depend on my willingness to acquire it. Chapter 4. The rivers lessons. The expedition continued westward, and the land began to change. The gentle, rolling terrain of the eastern provinces gave way to denser forest, darker soil, and rivers that ran faster and clearer, their waters cold enough to ache in your bones if you waded in them for more than a few minutes. The trees grew taller and older, their trunks so wide that 3 people could not join hands around them, their canopies so thick that the forest floor was perpetually shadowed. A world of green twilight where ferns grew head-high and mushrooms the size of dinner plates sprouted from the rotting remains of fallen giants. The river they were following, which the Thalori called the Wind, meaning the walker, because it moved and changed course from season to season, was both their guide and their adversary. In some stretches it was broad and calm, and they could raft their supplies downstream with relative ease, watching the banks slide past and cataloging the wildlife that came to drink at the water's edge. Deer with coats the color of autumn leaves, massive bears that regarded them with bemused indifference, beaver whose dams transformed small streams into substantial ponds, and once memorably, a creature that none of them had ever seen before, a large, semi-aquatic animal with sleek fur, webbed feet, and a broad, flat tail that slapped the water with a sound like a musket shot when it dove. Calloway spent an entire afternoon sketching it and recording its behavior in meticulous detail, and Vasek spent an equal amount of time asking their Thalori guides, who had by now joined the expedition as paid consultants, about its habits and its significance in their cosmology. In other stretches, the Wind was a different creature entirely. It narrowed and accelerated, churning through rocky gorges where the water boiled white and the banks were sheer cliffs of dark stone streaked with rust and green. In these sections, the expedition had to portage, carrying their supplies on their backs overland, around the rapids, a grueling process that could take days to cover a distance that, on the river itself, would have been an hour's travel. It was during these portages that the expedition's mettle was truly tested. The forest was thick and difficult, the ground uneven and treacherous, the weather unpredictable. Rain could arrive without warning and continue for days, turning paths into streams and campsites into bogs. Equipment that had seemed adequate in the comfortable planning sessions of Brentmer proved inadequate in the field. Boots wore through, food spoiled, medicine lost its potency in the damp, and the carefully calibrated instruments that Thorne used for her cartographic work had to be wrapped in layers of oiled cloth and carried by hand to protect them from the moisture that pervaded everything. Human dynamics of the expedition revealed themselves. Calloway, for all his quiet competence, was not a natural leader of men. He led by example, by endurance, by the simple fact of being the first to pick up a heavy pack and the last to set it down. But he did not inspire. He did not give speeches. He did not build camaraderie through shared laughter or shared hardship in the way that a more charismatic figure might have. He simply did the work, and he expected others to do the same, and when they did not, when a member of the expedition complained or shirked or questioned the route, he addressed the matter with a directness that some found refreshing and others found cold. Thorne, by contrast, inspired through sheer competence. She was always the first to have the route mapped, always the one who knew where they were and how far they had to go, always the one who could look at a section of river and tell you whether it was passable, and if not, where the best portage route lay. Her maps, drawn by lamplight in the evenings on paper that she protected with a fanatic's devotion, were works of art as well as works of science, precise, detailed, annotated with observations about terrain, water sources, vegetation, and wildlife that would prove invaluable to future travelers. She did not seek leadership and did not want it, but the other members of the expedition deferred to her judgment naturally, the way sailors defer to a navigator in uncertain waters. Vasek's role evolved as the journey progressed. Initially, he had been included as a translator, someone who could facilitate communication with the indigenous nations they encountered. But as the expedition moved deeper into the continent, his function expanded. He became, in effect, the expedition's cultural interpreter, the person who could look at a painted symbol on a tree and explain that it was a territorial marker, who could hear a particular bird call and know that it was actually a signal from watchers in the forest, who could observe the way a Thalori guide arranged the camp and understand that the arrangement was not arbitrary but reflected a specific understanding of the landscape's spiritual and practical dimensions. Vasek did not just translate words, he translated worlds, and in doing so, he became the expedition's most indispensable member, though he was also its quietest and least recognized. Chapter 5. The first winter the expedition had been traveling for nearly 5 months when the weather turned. The signs had been accumulating for weeks, the leaves changing color, the birds migrating south in vast, chattering flocks, the nights growing longer and colder, the river's flow slowing as the upstream snows began to accumulate rather than melt. Calloway, who had been monitoring these changes with growing concern, made the decision to establish a winter camp rather than press on, a decision that proved to be among the most important he would make. The camp was built on a rise of ground near a bend in the river, where the water was calm enough to fish and the forest was open enough to allow for hunting and firewood gathering. The construction was simple but sound, log cabins with dirt floors and stone hearths, roofed with bark and layered with pine boughs for insulation. The work was hard and the days were short, and by the time the first real snow fell, the expedition was housed, provisioned, and as prepared as they could be for what was coming. What was coming was a Valdarian winter, and it was unlike anything the eastern members of the expedition had experienced. The cold was not merely a temperature but a presence, a weight that settled on the land and compressed it, slowing everything, silencing everything, turning the world into a landscape of white and gray and black, where the only color was the dark green of the pine forests and the occasional red of a winter bird. The snow fell in quantity that seemed impossible to people accustomed to the modest snowfalls of the eastern coast. It accumulated in drifts that reached the eaves of the cabins and buried the supply caches and made movement outside a labor that could exhaust a person in minutes. The river froze solid, not a skin of ice, but a mass so thick that the Thalori guides walked on it without hesitation, dragging sleds loaded with fish they had caught through holes chopped in the surface. The cold killed. One member of the expedition, a young provisioner named Ewan March, developed a cough in the third week of winter that progressed within days to a fever, and a rattle in his lungs that Calloway recognized, with a sinking heart, as the beginning of the end. The expedition's medic, a stoic, middle-aged woman named Brella Hendricks, did everything she could, but her supplies were limited and her knowledge of frontier medicine was still developing. March died on a night when the temperature dropped so low that the ink in Calloway's journal froze solid in its pot, and they buried him in a grave dug into the frozen earth, a process that took 6 men working in shifts for an entire day because the ground was as hard as stone. His death affected the expedition in ways that went beyond the loss of a pair of hands. It was the first death, and the first death on any expedition is a threshold crossing, a transition from the abstract awareness that people can die in the wilderness to the concrete, undeniable, gut-level understanding that you, specifically, could be next. The members of the expedition looked at March's grave and saw their own potential graves, and the knowledge changed them. Some became more cautious. Some became more determined. Some became more religious or more philosophical or more silent. Calloway noted all of these reactions in his journal with the detached observation of a naturalist studying a species under stress. But he was not detached. He was frightened, and he was lonely, and he was beginning to understand in a way that he had not understood in Brentmer what the frontier actually was. The frontier, he wrote, during one of the long, dark evenings of that first winter, is not merely a geographical boundary. It is a confrontation with limitation. In the East, we live among the achievements of those who came before us, roads, buildings, institutions, systems that absorb the shock of individual failure and make it survivable. On the frontier, there are no such buffers. The cold does not care about your plans. The river does not respect your ambitions. The forest does not make allowances for your inexperience. You are alone with the world as it actually is, not as you have arranged it to be, and the world as it actually is does not negotiate. He paused in his writing and looked out through the small, frost-rimed window of his cabin at the snow falling steadily in the gray light, and he thought about Sally Whitewater's words. The land has teeth. The land has memory. And he thought that she had been right, and that the land was teaching them this now, in the language of cold and silence and the slow, patient pressure of a winter that did not care whether they survived it. Chapter 6. The Thalori Winter. The Thalori guides who had accompanied the expedition, a family group of 7, led by a man named Corin Whitewater, Selly's nephew, spent the winter in their own camp, a short distance from the expedition's cabins. Their shelters were different. Wigwam-like structures of bent saplings covered with woven mats and animal hides, smaller and seemingly more fragile than the log cabins, but, as the expedition would learn, better suited to the winter in ways that the newcomer's construction was not. The Thalori shelters were portable, meaning they could be moved if conditions changed. They were heated with small, carefully managed fires that used a fraction of the wood that the cabin's stone hearths consumed, and their design channeled smoke efficiently, keeping the interior warm and breathable. The cabins, by contrast, were often smoky and unevenly heated, with drafts that found every gap in the construction and turned the sleeping areas into zones of miserable cold on all but the mildest nights. The Thalori also lived differently. They did not stockpile food in the way the expedition did, relying instead on a combination of ice fishing, trapping, and winter hunting that required a knowledge of the landscape so detailed and so intimate that it amounted to a form of conversation with the land. Corin Whitewater could look at a pattern of tracks in the snow and tell you not just what animal had made them, but when, how fast it had been moving, whether it was healthy or injured, and where it was likely to be found. He could listen to the wind and predict the weather for the next 2 days with an accuracy that made Thorne's barometric instruments look like toys. He could find edible plants beneath the snow, identify the safest ice by its color and texture, and navigate in a whiteout using landmarks that were invisible to anyone who had not spent a lifetime learning to see them. This knowledge was not a set of facts that could be written down and transmitted. It was a way of being, a relationship with the landscape that had been developed over thousands of years, and that was embedded in language, story, ritual, and daily practice. Vasek, who spent much of the winter in the Thalori camp, learning their language and listening to their stories, came to understand this deeply. He wrote in his own journal, a document that would later be recognized as one of the most important ethnographic records of the early Valdarian period, that the Thalori did not distinguish between knowledge and life in the way that Eastern scholars did. For the Thalori, knowing how to find food in winter was not a skill that could be separated from the stories they told their children about the origin of the animals, or the songs they sang to honor the spirits of the hunt, or the rituals they performed to ask permission before taking a life, whether animal or plant. Everything was connected. Everything was part of a single, seamless understanding of the world, and to extract one piece of it, to learn, for example, how to identify a particular root without understanding the ecological relationships that sustain the plant, or the spiritual relationships that gave the act of harvesting its meaning, was to reduce knowledge to information and to lose something essential in the process. The expedition members, for the most part, did not understand this. They saw the Thalori's knowledge as a resource to be extracted, a set of techniques that could be learned and applied without the cultural context that gave them meaning. They were grateful for the Thalori's assistance. Without it, several more would likely have died that first winter, but their gratitude was the gratitude of a person who receives a gift without understanding its true value. They took what was offered and moved on, and the taking, Vasek noted with quiet sorrow, was already becoming a pattern. Chapter 7. Spring and the push westward. The winter broke slowly. First, the days began to lengthen. Then, the quality of the light changed from the flat, gray pallor of deep winter to something warmer, something that carried in it the promise of change even when the temperature remained bitter. The snow began to settle and compact, its surface crusting hard enough to walk on without sinking. The river, that great artery of the landscape, began to groan and crack. And then, one morning, with a sound like a cannonade, it broke free, the ice splitting and grinding and piling up in chaotic jams that sent water flooding over the banks before clearing at last. The current running swift and dark and cold, but open, navigable, alive again. Calloway assessed the expedition's condition. They had lost one member, and several were still recovering from the various ailments that winter had inflicted: frostbite, respiratory infections, a case of snow blindness that had left one man unable to see for 2 weeks. Their supplies were diminished but not exhausted, thanks in large part to the Thalori's help in supplementing their rations. Their equipment was worn but functional, thanks to the constant repairs that Thorne, who was as skilled with needle and thread as with sextant and compass, had performed throughout the winter. Their morale was fragile but intact, sustained by the simple fact that they had survived, and by the anticipation of resuming the journey. They departed the winter camp in the second week of the thaw, leaving behind the grave of Ewan March and the faint imprint of their cabins, which would soon be reclaimed by the forest. The Thalori family accompanied them for the first week of travel, and then, at a point where the river curved northward into territory that Corin Whitewater said belonged to a different people, the Muskegon, who were, he warned, less welcoming than the Thalori, they departed, returning to their own lands with gifts of steel tools and cloth, and with Vasek's promise that he would return one day to continue learning their language and their stories. The expedition pressed on, and the land continued to change. The forest thinned and the terrain opened up into broad savannas where grass grew head-high, and the horizon, which had been hidden behind trees for months, suddenly stretched out vast and open under a sky so large it seemed to go on forever. The wildlife changed too: fewer deer and bears, more elk and bison, the great shaggy beasts that moved in herds so immense that Calloway, who encountered his first herd on the open plain, stood speechless for several minutes watching them flow across the landscape like a living river, their hooves drumming the earth with a sound that he could feel in his chest. The Muskegon, when the expedition encountered them, were indeed less welcoming than the Thalori, but they were not hostile, not initially. They were a horse culture, the first the expedition had encountered, and their relationship with the land was different from the Thalori's in ways that Vasek spent many days trying to understand. The Muskegon were nomadic, moving with the bison herds across the plains in a seasonal cycle that was as regular and as necessary as the migration of the birds. They did not build permanent structures. They did not cultivate crops. They did not claim territory in the fixed, bounded way that the Thalori did, because their world was not fixed and bounded, it was in motion, and their understanding of ownership and belonging reflected this. A Muskegon chief, asked by Vasek where his people's land was, gestured broadly at the horizon and said, "Where the bison walk, we walk. The land is not ours. We are the land's." This was not a metaphor. It was a description of a way of life that had existed for thousands of years, and that would, within a few decades, be destroyed by the forces that the expedition represented. The maps, the claims, the treaties, the settlements, the railroads and roads and fences that would follow the explorers as inevitably as night follows day. But that destruction was still in the future, and in the spring of that first year, the Muskegon regarded the expedition with a cautious tolerance that was, Vasek noted, already tinged with the sadness of people who can see what is coming but cannot prevent it. Chapter 8. The Western Mountains. 3 months after leaving the winter camp, the expedition reached the foothills of the great mountain range that the Thessalian maps called the Gothier Spine, a name that none of the indigenous peoples used or recognized. The mountains rose from the plains like a wall, their lower slopes forested and green, their upper reaches bare and gray, their highest peaks wrapped in permanent snow and ice that glowed pink and gold in the sunrise and turned steel blue and forbidding as the day progressed. The crossing of the mountains would be the most difficult part of the expedition, and Calloway knew it. The passes were narrow, steep, and dangerous, subject to rock slides, sudden storms, and temperature drops that could go from balmy to lethal in the space of an afternoon. The Thessalian records offered no useful information about the passes, because no Thessalian explorer had ever successfully crossed the range, a fact that the records mentioned only in a vague footnote that Calloway found on reflection to be remarkably revealing of the Thessalian approach to knowledge. They had claimed ownership of land they could not reach, drawn maps of terrain they had never seen, and dismissed the impossibility of their own claims with a footnote. The crossing took 6 weeks. 6 weeks of climbing and descending, of picking their way through boulder fields and across snowfields that concealed crevasses deep enough to swallow a man and his pack animal whole. 6 weeks of cold nights and short rations and constant, grinding physical effort that left even the strongest members of the expedition exhausted and hollow-eyed. They lost 2 more pack animals to a rock slide that came without warning, tumbling down a slope with a roar that sounded, Thorne said, like the mountain itself was arguing with them. They nearly lost a member, a young scout named Daniel Mercer who slipped on an ice field and slid 40 feet toward a cliff edge before Calloway, who had been walking behind him, managed to grab his pack strap and haul him to a stop with a force that tore the muscles in his own shoulder and left him unable to use his left arm for the rest of the crossing. But they made it through. On a clear, cold morning, they crested the final pass and looked down on the western side of the continent. A vast, green landscape of valleys and rivers and forests that stretched to the horizon and beyond. A land that no one from the Republic of Aldmere had ever seen. A land that existed on their maps as blank space, and on the maps of the Thessalians as a decorative drawing of a mythical sea. Calloway stood at the pass and looked westward for a long time, and Thorne, who was already setting up her instruments to take readings, looked at him and saw that he was crying. She did not mention it, then or ever, because she understood that there are moments when a person's response to the world is too private and too raw for observation, and the only decent thing to do is to pretend you didn't see it. What Calloway saw in that moment was not just a landscape. He saw the future. He saw the settlements that would come, the roads that would be built, the forests that would be felled, the rivers that would be dammed, the peoples who would be displaced, the world that would be transformed. All of it contained in the potential of that vast, untouched, magnificent view. He saw what the land was, and he saw what it would become, and he understood with a clarity that was almost painful that the expedition he led was the first step in a process that would not stop until every acre had been measured, claimed, fenced, and put to use, and that the beauty and the wildness and the freedom that he was looking at would, within a century, exist only in journals like his own, words on paper, memories of a world that had been. He wiped his eyes and began the descent. Chapter 9. The western shore. It took another month to reach the western coast, following a river that the Muskegon had told them about, the Serpentine, they called it, because of its winding, serpentine course through the western valleys. The land on the western side of the mountains was different from anything the expedition had encountered. Wetter, greener, milder, with enormous trees that made the forests of the eastern interior look like scrubland. The trees here were the largest living things any of them had ever seen, towering conifers whose trunks rose like pillars, and whose canopies formed a ceiling so high and so dense that the forest floor existed in a state of perpetual, cathedral-like gloom, lit only by shafts of light that filtered through gaps in the canopy and fell in golden columns on the ferns and mosses that covered everything. The western coast itself was a revelation. The expedition emerged from the river valley onto a shoreline of dark sand and dark rock, and they stood there, looking out at the ocean that lay on the far side of the continent from their starting point, and the realization of what they had accomplished, the first recorded crossing of the Valdarian continent from east to west, settled over them like a weight, not a triumphant weight, not the weight of victory. A quieter weight, the weight of understanding that they had done something that could not be undone, that the knowledge they carried back would be used, and that the use of it would change the world in ways that they could not control and might not survive. Calloway planted no flag. He claimed no territory. He stood on the dark sand and looked at the gray Pacific water and thought about flags and claims and the meaning of ownership, and he found that the words he had been raised to believe, manifest destiny, providential purpose, the civilizing mission, rang hollow in the wind that blew off the ocean. The wind did not care about his flag. The ocean did not recognize his claim. The trees behind him had been standing for 1,000 years before his republic existed, and would, if left alone, stand for 1,000 years after it fell. He wrote in his journal that night on the beach, with the sound of the waves providing a rhythm that was almost like breathing. We have crossed the continent. We have mapped the route. We have cataloged the land and its peoples and its creatures and its resources. We have done what we were sent to do. And I am left with the conviction that the most important thing we have learned is not what we found but what we did not find. A place that was empty, a land that was waiting, a world that was ours for the taking. The land was never empty. It was never waiting. It was never ours. We are the ones who are waiting, and we do not know what we are waiting for. Chapter 10. The return journey was faster, as return journeys often are. They followed the same route back, down the Serpentine River, over the Gauthier Spine, through a different, lower pass that the Muskegon had told them about, and that proved much easier than the one they had used on the outward journey, across the plains, through the eastern forests, and finally down the Wind River to the coast and the city of Brentmer. They arrived, ragged and thin and weathered beyond recognition, 18 months after they had departed, and they were met with a reception that was, in its way, as confusing and as complicated as anything they had encountered in the wilderness. They were heroes. The newspapers printed their stories in serial form, embellishing and romanticizing with a freedom that bore little resemblance to the actual experience. Calloway's careful, measured journal entries were transformed into stirring tales of adventure and discovery. Thorne's meticulous maps were reproduced and sold as lithographs. hung on the walls of offices and parlors, where people who had never been farther west than the next county gazed at them and dreamed of the frontier. Vasek's ethnographic observations were ignored entirely because they were inconvenient and because they complicated the narrative that the Republic wanted to tell about its new territory. That it was a land of opportunity, a land of resources, a land that was waiting for the right people to claim it and make it productive. The expedition's report was submitted to the Senate, where it was read by clerks and summarized by aides and reviewed by senators who had, in most cases, already made up their minds about what the Western Territory was for. The sections that described the indigenous nations, their populations, their territories, their political structures, their claims to the land, were filed, and for the most part forgotten. The sections that described the land's resources, the timber, the minerals, the fertile soil, the navigable rivers, were extracted, amplified, and used to justify a wave of settlement that would, within a decade, begin the transformation that Callaway had foreseen from the mountain pass. Callaway himself did not participate in the political process. He returned to his home in Brentmer, spent several months writing his full report, and then, to the surprise and consternation of those who had expected him to leverage his fame into political office or a lucrative position in the land offices that were being established to manage the Western territories, he retired. He bought a small house on the outskirts of the city, with a garden where he continued his naturalist observations, and he lived there quietly for the rest of his life, answering questions about the expedition when asked but never volunteering information, never seeking attention, never capitalizing on the achievement that the Republic celebrated him for. Thorne continued mapping. She was appointed to the newly created Office of Western Surveys, where she spent the next 20 years producing the maps that would guide settlers, soldiers, and surveyors across the continent. She was, by all accounts, the most accurate and most honest cartographer in the Republic's service, and her maps were distinguished by a feature that other mapmakers omitted. They marked the locations and territories of the indigenous nations, accurately and in detail, as if to insist that the land was not, in fact, empty, that the blank spaces on other maps were not blank at all, but were full of people whose presence the mapmakers had chosen to erase. This practice earned her the respect of the few people who noticed it, and the quiet hostility of the many who did not, because it was an inconvenient truth, and inconvenient truths are always unwelcome in a society that has committed itself to a convenient lie. Vasek returned to the Thalori, as he had promised. He spent the next decade living among them and among the Muskegon and the other nations he had encountered, learning their languages, recording their stories, and advocating, where he could, for their interests in the councils and courts of the Republic. He was not successful. The forces arrayed against him, the land hunger, the political pressure, the economic incentives, the racial assumptions, the sheer momentum of a nation in motion, were too powerful for one man with a gift for languages and a conscience to resist. But he tried, and the records he left behind, the dictionaries, the story collections, the ethnographic studies, the letters and journals that documented what the indigenous nations of Valdaria had been before the frontier passed over them, are, in the end, the most lasting and most important legacy of the expedition. The frontier of Valdaria had been opened, the maps had been made, the route had been charted, and the people who would follow, the settlers, the soldiers, the traders, the missionaries, the speculators, the dreamers, and the desperate, were already on their way. The Chronicles of Valdara. A Frontier Story Part 2, The Age of Pelts and Promises Prologue. The map that changed everything. Jessa Thorne's maps were not, in the formal sense, beautiful. They were not the kind of cartographic art that one might frame and hang in a study. Those ornate, decorative maps with their sea monsters and compass roses, and flowing calligraphic labels that promised adventure and concealed danger. Thorne's maps were utilitarian, dense, almost aggressive in their precision. Every contour line was earned. Every river bend was verified. Every elevation was measured with instruments that she calibrated herself, distrustful of any reading she had not personally confirmed. The paper was often smudged, the ink sometimes water-stained, the margins cluttered with annotations in her cramped, efficient hand notes about soil quality, water depth, timber density, game populations, and always the names and territories of the indigenous nations whose lands the maps described. But it was precisely this unflinching, unromantic accuracy that made the maps revolutionary. When the first copies reached the merchant houses of Brentmer and the political offices of the Senate, they did what accurate maps always do. They made the unknown actionable. The blank spaces that had existed in the popular imagination, those vague, fearful, exciting voids where dragons and giants and golden cities were supposed to live, were filled in with real information. The distances were measurable. The routes were identifiable. The resources were cataloged. The frontier, which had been an idea, became a plan, and plans, unlike ideas, have consequences. Within 2 years of the expedition's return, the first wave of westward migration began. It was not, at first, the torrent that it would later become. It was a trickle, a few hundred souls in the first year, perhaps 1,000 in the second, but it was a trickle with a direction and a purpose. And behind it, like water building behind a dam, was the pressure of an entire nation that was outgrowing its eastern boundaries and looking west with the hungry, restless, half-frightened, half-hopeful gaze of a person standing on a high diving board, knowing that the water below is cold but unable to resist the pull of the jump. The first to go were not the farmers, not the families, not the steady, sober people who would later build the towns and the farms and the institutions that would define the settled frontier. The first to go were the ones who had nothing to lose and everything to gain, the ones for whom the frontier was not a place to build a life, but a place to make a fortune. And if not a fortune, then at least a living, which was more than many of them had in the East. They were the trappers, the traders, the adventurers, the outcasts, the desperate and the daring, and they went west not with plows and seed, but with traps and rifles, and a knowledge of animals that was, in its own way, as intimate and as ancient as the knowledge that the indigenous peoples possessed, though it served a very different purpose. They went for fur. Chapter 11. The currency of coats. The fur trade was not new. It had existed, in one form or another, for as long as humans had worn animal skins, and for as long as some humans had been willing to trade the things they could make for the things they could not. In the eastern provinces of the Republic of Aldmere, the fur trade had been a modest but reliable industry for generations. Trappers working the forests of the interior, selling their pelts to trading houses that shipped them to the cities, where they were turned into coats, hats, gloves, and blankets for people who had never seen the animals that had provided the material and did not particularly care to. But the fur trade of the eastern provinces was a stream, and the fur trade of the Valdarian frontier would be a flood, and the difference was a matter of fashion. In the great cities across the inner sea, in Thessaly's surviving capital, in the courts of the Varenian principalities, in the merchant republics of the southern coast, a new style had taken hold among the wealthy and the aspiring. It was the fashion for hats made from the fur of the Valdarian beaver, a species larger and more thickly furred than its eastern cousin, whose pelts, when properly prepared, produced a felt of extraordinary quality, waterproof, durable, smooth, and capable of holding a shape that other furs could not match. The hats became a craze, a mania, a symbol of status and refinement that spread from the courts to the merchant classes, to the professional classes, to anyone who aspired to be taken seriously in urban society. A man without a beaver hat was a man without standing. A woman with a beaver-trimmed coat was a woman of means. The demand was insatiable, and the supply, which depended on the labor of men willing to go into the wilderness and trap the animals, could not keep up. The price of a prime Valdarian beaver pelt, which had been modest when the trade began, climbed steadily and then steeply, until a single high-quality pelt could fetch more than a month's wages for a skilled craftsman in the eastern cities. And beaver was not the only valuable fur. The marten, with its rich brown fur and its creamy throat patch, commanded prices that made grown men abandon their shops and their farms and head west. The fox, red, silver, and the rare and coveted black, was worth a small fortune. The otter, the mink, the fisher, the lynx, and a dozen other species, whose names most Easterners had never heard, all had their markets, their buyers, their prices, and the combined value of these markets created an economic engine that pulled people westward with a force that no government policy could have matched and no moral argument could have resisted. The trading companies were the first to organize the trade. The Brentmer Fur Company, founded in the year following the expedition's return by a consortium of merchants who had read Thorne's maps and seen the river systems they described, established the first western trading post at the junction of the Wind River and a tributary that the Thalori called the Stillwater, a wide, slow-moving stream that threaded through marshland so rich in beaver that the company's first season produced more pelts than the eastern trade had yielded in a decade. The post, a rough collection of log buildings surrounded by a palisade of sharpened stakes, was named Fort Stillwater, and it became the template for dozens of similar posts that would be established over the following years, each one a tiny island of eastern commerce in the vast ocean of the wilderness. But the trading companies, with their posts and their supply chains and their organized labor, were only part of the story. The other part, the wilder, more romantic, more dangerous, and ultimately more consequential part, was the independent trappers, the men who went alone or in small groups into the deepest, most remote, most inaccessible reaches of the wilderness and lived there, for months or years at a time, harvesting fur in places where no trading post could reach and no company agent could supervise. They were called, in the language of the frontier, the solitaires. Chapter 12. The solitaires were not, in any meaningful sense, a group. They were not an organization, not a guild, not a company, not a movement. They were a phenomenon, a collection of individuals who shared a set of circumstances and a set of choices but who had little else in common. They came from every background the Republic could produce. Failed farmers, discharged soldiers, younger sons of respectable families with no inheritance and no prospects, immigrants who had arrived in Aldmere with nothing and found the eastern cities no more welcoming than the places they had left, criminals fleeing justice, romantics chasing a dream, and perhaps the largest group, people who were simply unsuited for the structured, regulated, hierarchically organized life of the eastern provinces and who needed, the way some people need air, a life in which they were answerable to no one but themselves. The life of a solitaire was, by any objective measure, miserable. He lived in the wilderness, alone, through winters that could kill a man in a dozen different ways: cold, starvation, accident, illness, attack by animals, attack by people. He carried everything he owned on his back or on a single pack animal, and everything he owned had to serve a practical purpose or it was abandoned. He ate what he could kill or catch or find, which meant that his diet was often monotonous, sometimes inadequate, and occasionally desperate. He was, at all times, at the mercy of forces that he could not control and could not predict: the weather, the water, the animals, the indigenous peoples whose territory he was trespassing in, the market prices that could make his season's labor worthless or invaluable depending on fluctuations in a city he would never see. But the solitaire was also, in a way that is difficult to understand from the perspective of a settled, comfortable life, free. He answered to no boss. He followed no schedule. He went where he wanted when he wanted by a route of his own choosing. He saw things that no one else would ever see: sunrises on mountaintops that no one had climbed, rivers that no one had named, forests that no one had entered, nights so clear and so dark that the stars seemed close enough to touch, and the Milky Way blazed across the sky like a river of light. He lived in a world that was, in a very real sense, untouched by human civilization, and the experience of that world, its beauty, its power, its indifference, marked him in ways that he could not articulate, and that the people he eventually returned to could not understand. The solitaires trapped beaver primarily, because beaver was the most valuable and the most abundant, but they also took whatever the market demanded and the wilderness provided. They set their trap lines along rivers and streams, checking them daily, resetting them, moving them when the beaver in an area had been trapped out, a process that could take as little as a week in a rich area and that left behind a transformed landscape. For the beaver was not just an animal but an engineer, a creature whose dams created ponds and marshes that supported entire ecosystems. And when the beaver were removed, the dams fell into disrepair. The ponds drained, the marshes dried, the ecosystems collapsed. And the landscape changed in ways that no one was paying attention to because no one had thought to look. The solitaire's relationship with the indigenous peoples was complicated and varied. Some solitaires integrated themselves into indigenous communities, learning the languages, adopting the customs, marrying into the families, and becoming, in effect, members of the nation whose territory they worked. These men, and a few women, for the solitaire life was not exclusively male, though the records overwhelmingly emphasize men, were often the most successful trappers because they had access to the indigenous knowledge of the land and its resources that no outsider could replicate. They were also the most controversial, viewed by the trading companies as unreliable and by the settled society of the East as having gone native, a term that conveyed both fascination and contempt in equal measure. Other solitaires kept their distance from the indigenous peoples, working independently and treating them as obstacles, competitors, or threats. These men were often less successful as trappers. They did not know the land as well. They did not have access to indigenous knowledge, and they were more likely to trespass on territory that was actively defended. But they were more acceptable to the Eastern establishment because they maintained the cultural boundaries that the establishment needed to believe in. They were also more likely to die because the wilderness does not forgive ignorance, and a man who enters it without guides, without knowledge, and without respect has a short life expectancy. And some solitaires were simply predators, not just on animals but on people. They stole traps, stole furs, stole supplies. They killed indigenous people who objected to their presence. They killed other solitaires who competed with them. They were a minority, but a violent and disruptive one, and their actions created a legacy of mistrust and hostility that poisoned relations between the indigenous peoples and the newcomers in ways that would take generations to address, and that, in many cases, were never addressed at all. Chapter 13. The life of Cale Dravenmore to understand the solitaire experience, its reality, not its mythology. It is useful to look closely at the life of a single individual. Cale Dravenmore was not the most famous solitaire, nor the most successful, nor the most representative. He was, in many ways, unremarkable, a man of ordinary abilities and ordinary ambitions who was caught up in extraordinary circumstances, and who responded to them with the mixture of courage, fear, adaptation, and stubborn endurance that characterizes most human beings when confronted with challenges they did not seek and cannot avoid. Dravenmore was born in the farming district of Hales Valley, a region of rolling hills and modest prosperity about 200 miles inland from Brentmer. His father was a tenant farmer, a man who worked land he did not own, and who gave a third of his crop to the landlord who did. It was a life of quiet, grinding limitation, not desperate but not hopeful, a life in which the horizon of possibility was defined by the boundaries of the farm and the seasons of the agricultural year. Dravenmore grew up knowing how to work, how to plow and plant and harvest, how to mend fences and repair tools, how to care for animals and how to slaughter them. And he grew up knowing that this knowledge, however valuable, would never be enough to give him a life that was different from his father's. He left home at 17, not out of anger or rebellion, but out of the simple, inarticulate conviction that there had to be something more. He went first to Brentmer, where he worked as a dockhand, loading and unloading ships, sleeping in a room he shared with 6 other men, eating food that was barely adequate, and spending his evenings in the taverns near the waterfront where sailors and traders and travelers from every corner of the known world mixed and talked and told stories about places that made Hales Valley seem like a prison. It was in one of these taverns that he heard about the fur trade, a story from a man who had been west, who described the wilderness with the wild-eyed intensity of someone who had been transformed by it, who talked about beaver pelts and river systems and mountains and indigenous peoples, and a life so different from the dockside existence of Brentmer that it seemed to belong to another world. Dravenmore signed on with the Brentmer Fur Company as a laborer, carrying supplies to Fort Stillwater and helping to build the post's second season of expansion. He was not, by nature, a trapper. He had no experience with the specific skills the work required, and the company's agents, who were looking for strong backs more than skilled hands, assigned him to construction and logistics. But he watched the trappers who came through the post, and he listened to their stories, and he spent his off hours learning what he could: how to set a trap, how to skin an animal, how to read tracks, how to navigate by the stars, how to build a shelter from nothing. He learned slowly and imperfectly, but he learned because he was patient, and because he had the quality that the frontier valued above all others: the willingness to keep trying when trying was hard. After 2 seasons at Fort Stillwater, he went independent. He bought traps and supplies with the money he had saved, purchased a horse from a Muskegon trader who passed through the post, and headed north into the territory that the company's trappers had not yet reached, a region of lakes and rivers and dense forest that the Thalori called the Deepwater, and that the company's agents called, with the casual disregard for indigenous nomenclature that characterized the entire trade, the unclaimed territories. The name was wrong, of course. The Deepwater was not unclaimed. It was the territory of the Asiri, a nation of lake-dwelling people whose relationship with the water was as central to their identity as the Muskegons' relationship with the bison was to theirs. The Asiri fished, hunted waterfowl, harvested wild rice from the marshes, and trapped beaver not for the market but for their own use, taking what they needed and leaving the rest, in accordance with a philosophy of restraint that was embedded in their spiritual and social practices, and that was, from their perspective, both morally correct and practically necessary. Because a people who depend on a resource cannot afford to deplete it, Dravenmore did not know any of this when he entered the Deepwater. He knew that there were people there. The Fort Stillwater agents had told him that much, but he did not know who they were, how they lived, what their territory encompassed, or how they would respond to the presence of a foreign trapper in their lands. He was, in the most literal sense, ignorant, and his ignorance was dangerous, to him, to the Asiri, and to the fragile relationship between the newcomers and the indigenous peoples that was, even then, beginning to fracture under the pressure of the fur trade. Chapter 14. The meeting at Still Lake. Dravenmore's first encounter with the Asiri took place at a lake that the Asiri called Ankathu, Still Lake, in rough translation. A broad, shallow body of water surrounded by reed beds and birch forest that was one of the richest beaver habitats in the region. He had been trapping there for 3 days with moderate success, when he returned to his camp one evening to find 4 Asiri men standing in a semicircle around his fire, their faces painted with the red ochre that signified, among the Asiri, a formal diplomatic encounter. He did not know what the paint meant. He did not know that the semicircle formation was a deliberate gesture, a way of presenting themselves openly, without concealment, as a sign that they came to talk rather than to fight. He did not know that the fact that they had waited at his camp rather than ambushing him on the trail was itself a message, a statement that they recognized him as a person, however unwelcome, and that they were willing to extend to him the courtesy of a conversation before resorting to force. He knew only that there were 4 armed men in his camp, and that he was alone, and the fear that he felt in that moment was the clean, clear fear of a man who understands that he might die in the next few minutes, and that nothing he has done in his life has prepared him for this. The lead Asiri man, older than the others, his hair streaked with gray, his bearing that of someone accustomed to authority, spoke. Dravenmore did not understand the words. The Assyri man spoke again, slower, with gestures pointing to the traps, shaking his head, pointing to the lake, spreading his hands in a gesture that Dravenmore could not interpret but that he intuitively understood, in the way that one sometimes understands the meaning of a gesture without being able to articulate it, as meaning, "This is not yours. This is ours. You do not belong here." Dravenmore did what he could. He lowered his rifle slowly, deliberately, holding it by the barrel so that the stock was visible and the weapon was clearly not being aimed. He held up his hands, palms out. He said in his own language, which no one present understood, "I don't want trouble. I'll leave if you want me to leave." The words were meaningless to the Assyri, but the tone and the body language were not, because tone and body language are the oldest forms of human communication, older than language itself, and they carry meaning across cultural boundaries in ways that words cannot. The Assyri leader studied him for a long time. Then he spoke to his companions, and they conversed among themselves in low, rapid tones that Dravenmore could not follow. The conversation lasted several minutes, and during those minutes Dravenmore stood motionless, his hands still raised, his heart hammering, watching the faces of the men who held his life in their hands and trying to read in their expressions some indication of what they would decide. The decision, when it came, was delivered by the leader with a directness that transcended language. He walked to Dravenmore's traps, picked one up, and held it in front of Dravenmore's face. Then he pointed to himself and his companions, pointed to the lake, pointed to the traps, and made a gesture that was unmistakable in any culture, a flat, horizontal motion of the hand like a blade cutting something off. "No, stop. Not here." Then he pointed to the south, toward a river that Dravenmore had crossed on his way to the lake, and made a different gesture, an open-handed, sweeping motion that seemed to indicate a broad area. He pointed to the traps again, then to the south, and nodded once. The meaning, even to Dravenmore, was clear. "You may trap. Not here, there. Go south." Dravenmore nodded. He gathered his traps, his supplies, and his horse, and he left. He went south, to the river the Assyri leader had indicated, and he set his trapline there, in a stretch of water that was less rich than Still Lake, but that was, he would later learn, outside the core of Assyri territory, a buffer zone that the Assyri used occasionally but did not actively defend, and that they were willing, as a matter of pragmatic diplomacy, to share with a single trapper who had demonstrated, by his willingness to leave when asked, that he was capable of respecting boundaries. This was the first of many negotiations that Dravenmore would conduct with the Assyri over the following years, and it set the pattern for his relationship with them. A relationship based not on friendship or trust or understanding, none of which were possible across the gulf of language and culture that separated them, but on a mutual, pragmatic, and fragile recognition that coexistence was preferable to conflict, and that the terms of coexistence could be worked out through patience, gesture, and the slow accumulation of shared experience. Over time, Dravenmore learned the Assyri language, not fluently, not elegantly, but functionally, the way a person learns a language when their survival depends on it. He learned their names for the rivers, the lakes, the animals, the seasons. He learned which areas were open to trapping and which were not. He learned that the Assyri had a system of resource management that was based on clan territories. Each clan controlled a specific area and was responsible for maintaining its productivity, and that this system, which had sustained them for centuries, was being disrupted by the influx of trappers who did not respect clan boundaries and who took beaver at a rate that the populations could not sustain. He also learned that the Assyri were not passive victims of this disruption. They were adapting, adjusting, negotiating, and, where necessary, resisting. They traded with the trading posts when the terms were fair and refused to trade when they were not. They guided trappers to areas where beaver were abundant and kept them away from areas where beaver were scarce. They extracted concessions, steel tools, cloth, firearms, when these were available, in exchange for access to their territories, and they used these goods to strengthen their own communities and their own position in the changing world. But Dravenmore also saw, with a growing unease that he could not articulate but that he felt in his bones, that the Assyri were losing. Not in any single encounter, not in any visible battle, but in the slow, grinding, incremental way that a river loses its banks. Not all at once, but grain by grain, the current never stopping, the erosion never ending, the shape of the thing changing so slowly that you did not notice it until you looked back and realized that the river you were looking at was not the same river you had seen a year ago, or 5 years ago, or 10. The beaver were fewer each year. The trading posts were more numerous. The trappers were more aggressive. The land was being used harder and faster. And the Assyri's system of restraint, their philosophy of taking only what was needed and leaving the rest, could not compete with a system that took everything and left nothing, that saw the land not as a home but as a resource, and that measured value not in terms of sustainability but in terms of profit. Dravenmore kept trapping. He kept making his living from the land, and he kept his arrangements with the Assyri, and he did what he could in his small, personal, imperfect way to minimize the damage, taking fewer beaver than he could have, rotating his trap lines, avoiding the areas that the Assyri asked him to avoid. But he knew, and the Assyri knew, and everyone who was paying attention knew, that his individual choices, however well-intentioned, were a drop in a current that was moving in one direction and one direction only, toward the exhaustion of the resource, the displacement of the people, and the transformation of the land into something that none of them, not the Assyri, not the trappers, not the trading companies, not the consumers of beaver hats in the distant cities, would recognize or be able to undo. Chapter 15. The rendezvous, the social institution that defined the fur trade era, the one that would be remembered, romanticized, and distorted in the folklore of the frontier long after the trade itself had collapsed, was the rendezvous. The rendezvous was, in its essence, a market, a gathering of trappers, traders, indigenous peoples, and supply merchants at a predetermined location and time for the purpose of exchanging furs for goods, settling accounts, forming partnerships, and engaging in the kind of social interaction that people who have spent months alone in the wilderness tend to crave with an intensity that is difficult to convey to those who have not experienced isolation. The first rendezvous in the Valdarian trade was held in the 3rd year after the expedition's return, at a broad meadow in the foothills of the Gothier Spine that was known to the Muskegon as a traditional gathering place, and that the trading companies called, with their characteristic disregard for local names, Trappers' Meadow. The gathering was small that first year, perhaps 50 trappers, a dozen traders, and a few hundred Muskegon who came to trade horsestand buffalo robes for steel goods, cloth, and the coveted firearms that the trading companies were beginning to introduce, carefully and in limited quantities, to indigenous intermediaries who could serve as a buffer between the settlements and the more remote nations. By the 5th year, the rendezvous had grown to several hundred participants. By the 10th year, it was 1,000 or more, a sprawling, chaotic, multilingual, multicultural encampment that sprang up in the meadow for 2 weeks each summer and then vanished, leaving behind trampled grass, cold fire rings, and the faint, persistent smell of smoke and horse and humanity. The rendezvous was a market, yes, but it was also a festival, a parliament, a courtship, a horse race, a shooting contest, a storytelling circle, a drinking bout, a gambling den, and a church, or rather, all of these things and none of them, because the rendezvous was, above all, a thing that existed between categories, a space that belonged to no single culture and no single purpose, a place where the boundaries that organized settled society, between work and play, between commerce and ceremony, between nations and nations, blurred and dissolved and reformed in new and unexpected configurations. The trading was the formal purpose. Trappers arrived with their season's harvest, bundles of beaver, marten, fox, otter, and other pelts, carefully dried and pressed, worth collectively a small fortune in the eastern markets. They traded these to the supply merchants for the goods they needed to continue their work: traps, rifles, powder, lead, knives, axes, rope, canvas, and the personal items that the wilderness made precious by their absence: tobacco, coffee, sugar, cloth, needles, thread, and for those who could afford it, a bottle of whiskey, which was sold at prices that would have been scandalous in the East, but that on the frontier were simply the cost of a moment's warmth in a cold world. The trading was also, invariably, unequal. The supply merchants, who were backed by the trading companies and who had detailed knowledge of market prices that the trappers lacked, set the terms of exchange to their advantage. A beaver pelt that would fetch 20 gold marks in Brentmer might be traded at the rendezvous for goods that cost the merchant 5 marks, a profit margin that was, by any standard, exploitative, but that was tolerated by the trappers because they had no alternative. The rendezvous was the only market available to most of them, and the merchants' prices, however unfair, were the prices that existed. The trappers grumbled, as trappers always do, but they traded, because the alternative was to carry their furs back to the wilderness and wait another year. And another year in the wilderness was a price that not even the most stubborn solitaire was willing to pay for a point of economic principle. The cultural exchange at the rendezvous was, in some ways, more significant than the economic exchange. It was at the rendezvous that the indigenous peoples and the newcomers came into the most sustained and the most intimate contact. And the contact, though often transactional and sometimes hostile, produced a kind of mutual awareness that neither group could have acquired in any other setting. The Muskegon, who were the most consistent indigenous participants in the rendezvous, watched the newcomers with the observational acuity of a people whose survival had always depended on reading the behavior of others, animals, enemies, allies, weather, and they drew conclusions that were, in their own way, as sophisticated as any analysis produced by the ethnographers and the diplomats of the East. They saw that the newcomers were restless, that they could not sit still, that they were always moving, always working, always planning, always building, as if they were driven by an engine that would not let them stop. They saw that the newcomers were acquisitive, that they wanted things, always more things, and that their desire for things seemed to have no natural limit, no point of satisfaction, no moment of enough. They saw that the newcomers were hierarchical, that even among themselves, in the informal setting of the rendezvous, they organized themselves into ranks and orders and chains of command, with some giving orders and others taking them, and that this organization seemed to be as natural to them as breathing. And they saw that the newcomers were afraid of the wilderness, afraid of the indigenous peoples, afraid of each other, afraid of the silence and the emptiness and the vastness of the land that they had come to conquer, but that they had not, in any meaningful sense, come to understand. The newcomers, for their part, saw the Muskegon through the lenses of their own culture and their own needs, and what they saw was a complicated mixture of admiration and contempt. They admired the Muskegon's horsemanship, which was extraordinary. The Muskegon rode as if they had been born on horseback, which in a sense they had, for the horse had been part of their culture for generations, and their riding skills were the product of a lifetime of practice. They admired their hunting skills, their physical endurance, their knowledge of the land, their ability to survive and thrive in an environment that the newcomers found harsh and threatening. But they also dismissed them as primitive, as people without civilization, without religion, by which they meant the newcomers' religion, without property, by which they meant the newcomers' concept of property, without law, by which they meant the newcomers' law, and without history, by which they meant the newcomers' recorded history. The contradiction between the admiration and the contempt was not lost on the Muskegon, who noted it with the wry, sardonic humor that was characteristic of their oral tradition, and who remarked, in stories that Vassic would later record, that the newcomers were a people who could admire a thing and destroy it in the same breath, and see no contradiction in the doing. Chapter 16. The Women of the Rendezvous. The history of the fur trade, as it was written by the newcomers, was overwhelmingly male. The trappers were men. The traders were men. The explorers were men. The soldiers who eventually accompanied the traders were men. The politicians who made the policies that governed the trade were men. The historians who recorded the history were men, and they wrote about men. And the women, indigenous and newcomer alike, who were present at every stage of the process, who bore its burdens and paid its costs and made its operation possible, were either omitted from the record entirely or mentioned only in passing, as accessories to the male drama that was considered the real story. But the women were there. They were always there. And their stories, though they must be reconstructed from fragments, from the scattered references in trappers' journals, from the oral histories of the indigenous peoples, from the few letters and diaries that survived, are as central to the history of the Valdarian frontier as any story of exploration or commerce or conflict. The indigenous women who participated in the fur trade, as translators, as guides, as trappers in their own right, as makers of the tanned hides that were a major trade item, as negotiators and diplomats whose authority within their own communities was often greater than the newcomers understood, were not passive figures in the background of a male drama. They were agents, actors, decision makers, and their decisions shaped the trade in ways that the male-centered record does not adequately acknowledge. The decision to allow a trapper access to a particular territory was often made by the women of the community, who controlled certain resources and whose opinions on matters of resource management carried authority that the newcomers, with their assumption that authority was inherently male, frequently failed to recognize. The newcomer women who came west, and there were some, though fewer in the early years of the fur trade than in the later years of settlement, faced a set of challenges that were in some ways more daunting than those faced by the men. They came into a world that was not designed for them, that did not welcome them, and that offered them no established role. The Eastern society they had left had a place for women, a restrictive, limited, often oppressive place, but a place nonetheless, with defined expectations and recognized functions. The frontier had no such place. A woman on the frontier had to invent her role, to create it from the raw materials of her own character and circumstance, and the roles that emerged were as varied as the women themselves. Some women came as wives of trappers or traders, and they built lives that were, in their essentials, extensions of the domestic roles they had known in the East: cooking, cleaning, sewing, bearing, and raising children, but transplanted into an environment that made these tasks immeasurably more difficult. A woman who could bake bread in an oven in Brentmer had to learn to bake it in a Dutch oven over an open fire, with flour that was often stale or infested, with yeast that was unreliable, with temperatures that fluctuated wildly. A woman who could sew a dress with a machine in a well-lit room had to learn to sew by candlelight, with needles that broke and thread that rotted and fabric that was whatever the supply merchant had brought to the rendezvous, which was rarely what anyone actually wanted. But some women came west for their own reasons, and these women, the ones who came not as wives but as individuals, pursuing their own ambitions and their own dreams, created roles that had no Eastern precedent. There was Marin Soltis, who came west as a clerk for the Brentmer Fur Company, and who, through a combination of intelligence, ruthlessness, and an uncanny ability to read both markets and people, rose to become the company's chief agent at Fort Stillwater, a position that gave her authority over a dozen men and control of a trading operation that handled tens of thousands of pelts per season. There was Daria Vell, who came west as a healer and who, through her work treating the injuries and illnesses of trappers, traders, and indigenous peoples alike, became one of the most respected figures on the frontier. A woman whose medical knowledge combined the herbal traditions she had learned from her grandmother with the practical anatomy she had acquired from a decade of treating gunshot wounds, frostbite, animal bites, and the assorted catastrophes that the wilderness inflicted on the human body. And there were the women who lived between the worlds, the indigenous women who married newcomer men, and the newcomer women who married indigenous men, and the children of these marriages, who grew up speaking two languages and belonging to two cultures, and who would, in the coming decades, become the intermediaries, the translators, the negotiators, and the tragic figures of the frontier. Caught between peoples who were increasingly in conflict and forced to choose sides in a conflict that did not recognize their right to exist as both. Chapter 17. The depletion of the fur trade could not last. This was not a matter of opinion or prediction, but of arithmetic. The beaver populations of Valdaria, like the beaver populations of every continent where the trade had been established, were finite. They reproduced at a rate that was sufficient to maintain their numbers under the harvesting pressures of the indigenous peoples, who had been trapping beaver for thousands of years without depleting them. But that was nowhere near sufficient to maintain their numbers under the harvesting pressures of a commercial operation that was driven by an unlimited market demand, and that had no mechanism, no cultural restraint, no regulatory framework, no economic incentive to limit the take. The depletion was gradual at first, barely noticeable, easily dismissed by those who did not want to see it. In the regions closest to Fort Stillwater, the beaver began to disappear within 5 years of the post's establishment. The trappers who had worked those areas moved on deeper into the wilderness, farther from the posts, into territories that were more remote, more difficult, and more dangerous. The posts followed, establishing new outposts at the edges of the trapped-out zones, reaching deeper into the continent, extending the trade's reach and its impact like a disease spreading through a healthy body. By the 10th year of the trade, the depletion was unmistakable. The annual harvest at the rendezvous, which had grown steadily for the first several years, began to decline, not dramatically, not catastrophically, but noticeably, the totals falling a few percent each year, the average size of the pelts decreasing as the older, larger beaver were trapped out and the younger, smaller ones took their place. The traders noticed. The trappers noticed. The indigenous peoples who had been watching the decline with the quiet, sorrowful attention of people who had seen this day coming from the moment the first trap was set in their waters, noticed most of all. The trading companies responded to the decline in the way that commercial enterprises always respond to the depletion of a resource. They intensified their efforts. More trappers were recruited. More posts were established. The prices offered for pelts were raised, which had the effect of encouraging more trapping rather than less, which had the effect of accelerating the depletion rather than slowing it. It was a classic example of the dynamic that would, in later centuries, be given the name, the tragedy of the commons, a situation in which individuals, acting rationally in their own self-interest, deplete a shared resource to the detriment of all, and it played out on the Valdarian frontier with the grim, mechanical inevitability of a process that no one was willing to stop, because stopping it would have required someone to give up something that they wanted. And giving up things that you want is not something that human beings, individually or collectively, are particularly good at. The indigenous peoples saw what was happening with a clarity that the newcomers lacked, because the indigenous peoples understood the land as a system, a complex, interconnected web of relationships among animals, plants, water, weather, and people. And they could see the ripple effects of the beaver's decline in ways that the newcomers, who saw the land as a collection of resources to be extracted, could not. The Assyri observed that the marshes where they harvested wild rice were drying up as the beaver dams fell into disrepair, and the water levels dropped. The Muskegon observed that the river valleys, where they wintered, were becoming less sheltered and less productive, as the loss of beaver ponds changed the hydrology and the vegetation. The Thalori observed that the fish populations in the rivers were declining as the water quality deteriorated, a consequence of the erosion that followed the draining of the beaver marshes. These observations were communicated to the newcomers through Vasek and other translators, through the indigenous leaders who met with the trading company agents, through the informal channels of the rendezvous and the trading posts. The observations were, in most cases, received with polite interest and then ignored, because they interfered with the commercial operation, and because the newcomer's worldview did not include the concept that the removal of one species could have cascading effects on an entire ecosystem. The newcomers understood cause and effect in simple, linear terms. You set a trap, you catch a beaver, you sell the pelt, you buy supplies, and the idea that the beaver was connected to the marshes and the marshes were connected to the rice, and the rice was connected to the ossuary, and the ossuary were connected to everything else was, to them, either incomprehensible or irrelevant. The beaver did not disappear entirely. They survived, in reduced numbers in the most remote and inaccessible areas, the deep wilderness that the trappers had not yet reached, and that the trading companies had not yet found a way to exploit. But the world that the beaver had created, the world of dams and ponds and marshes, and the complex ecosystems that these supported, was profoundly diminished, and the peoples who had depended on that world were diminished with it. Chapter 18. The turn towards settlement. The decline of the fur trade was, paradoxically, the catalyst for the next phase of the frontier's development. As the profits from fur diminished, the trading companies and the investors behind them began to look for other ways to extract value from the Western territories. The land itself, its soil, its timber, its minerals, its potential for agriculture and settlement, had always been the ultimate prize. But it had been, during the fur trade era, a prize that was secondary to the more immediate and more lucrative business of pelts. With the fur trade in decline, the land moved to the center of the frontier's economic logic, and the shift from extraction to settlement, from taking what the land produced to making the land produce what you wanted, began. The first settlers who came west with the intention of establishing permanent communities, not trading posts, not trapping camps, but farms and towns and the infrastructure of settled life, arrived in the years following the fur trade's peak. They came in groups, organized by land companies that had purchased large tracts from the Republic's land office, which had acquired the tracts through treaties with the indigenous nations. Treaties that were, in many cases, negotiated under conditions of coercion, deception, or outright fraud, and that were, in almost all cases, understood differently by the two parties. The indigenous peoples understood the treaties as agreements to share land, to allow specific uses of specific areas, to establish boundaries that would limit the newcomers' expansion. The newcomers understood the treaties as transfers of ownership, absolute, exclusive, permanent, that gave them the right to do whatever they wanted with the land in question, including the right to exclude the indigenous peoples from it. The gap between these two understandings was not a misunderstanding. It was a chasm, and the chasm would, in the coming years, be filled with blood. The settlers came with different motivations and different expectations. Some were farmers, looking for land that they could work, and that would support their families. People who had been squeezed off their eastern farms by rising costs and falling prices, and who saw the western territories as a chance to start over, to own land rather than rent it, to build something that they could pass on to their children. These people were, in many ways, the most sympathetic of the frontier's actors. They were not seeking fortunes or adventures. They were seeking security, and the security they sought was the simple, ancient security of a family fed by its own labor on its own land. They were also, despite their personal decency and their modest ambitions, the vanguard of a dispossession, because the land they wanted was not empty, and the people who were already on it would not, could not, should not have been expected to give it up without a fight. Other settlers were speculators, people who came west not to farm, but to buy land cheap and sell it dear, who had no intention of building anything or growing anything or staying anywhere, whose interest in the land was purely financial, and whose presence on the frontier was a source of tension and instability that would, in the coming years, prove to be one of the most destructive forces in the region. The speculators cornered land, drove up prices, and created a volatile market in which the honest farmers who were trying to establish homesteads were often undercut, outbid, or simply priced out of the land they had come to claim. And some settlers came because they had nowhere else to go. They were the displaced, the dispossessed, the desperate people who had lost everything in the East, through debt or disaster or bad luck or the simple cruelty of a society that did not care whether they lived or died, and who came west not because they wanted to, but because they had to, because the alternative was to lie down and perish. These people brought with them a grief and a rage that the frontier did not heal, and that often, in the harsh conditions of their new lives, was transformed into a bitterness that they directed at whatever target was nearest: the land, the weather, the indigenous peoples, each other. Chapter 19. The Treaty of Gray Birch. The tensions between the settlers and the indigenous peoples came to a head in the 12th year after the expedition's return at a place called Gray Birch, a stand of ancient birch trees on the banks of the Wind River that had been a traditional council ground for the Thalori for generations. The occasion was a treaty council convened by the Republic's newly appointed Western Commissioner, a man named Hadron Paluk, whose qualifications for the position consisted primarily of his willingness to accept it and his connections to the political faction that had created it. Paluk was not a monster. He was not a villain. He was, in his own way, a decent man, a family man, a churchgoer, a person who believed in the essential goodness of his nation and its mission. He was also a man who had been given a task that was, in its essence, impossible: to negotiate a treaty that would satisfy the settlers' demand for land and the Thalori's determination to keep it, two positions that admitted no compromise and no common ground. Paluk's solution to this impossibility was to do what every person does when confronted with a task that cannot be done. He did it badly, and he told himself that he had done it well. The Treaty of Gray Birch, as it emerged from the council, was a document that said one thing to the Thalori and another thing to the settlers, and a third thing to the Senate, and a fourth thing to the historians who would later try to make sense of it. To the Thalori, it was an agreement that established boundaries, that recognized their right to a defined territory, and that promised them certain goods and services in exchange for allowing settlers to travel through and to establish limited settlements in specified areas. To the settlers, it was a land grant, a document that gave them ownership of the territory in question, and that gave them the right to exclude the Thalori from it. To the Senate, it was a political achievement, evidence that the Republic was managing the frontier in an orderly and responsible manner. To the historians, it was a catastrophe, a document whose ambiguities and contradictions guaranteed that both parties would feel betrayed, and that the conflict it was supposed to resolve would be intensified rather than diffused. The Thalori delegation at Gray Birch was led by Selly Whitewater, the elder who had welcomed the expedition a dozen years earlier, and who had, in the intervening years, watched the fur trade deplete the beaver, the settlers encroach on the land, and the world she had known all her life transform into something she did not recognize and did not want. She was old now, her hair was white, her hands were stiff with the ache of winters that had accumulated like layers of snow on a mountainside, but her mind was sharp, and her voice, when she spoke in the council, carried the authority of a person who had seen more and understood more than anyone else present. Selly Whitewater spoke for 3 days. She spoke about the land and what it meant to her people. She spoke about the beaver and the marshes and the fish and the rice and the interconnectedness of all these things. She spoke about the treaties that her people had made with the Thessalian Empire and how those treaties had been broken. She spoke about the newcomers and their ways, and the ways in which those ways were incompatible with the land and its requirements. She spoke with a patience and a precision that Vasek, who was present as translator, found almost unbearably moving, because he understood that she was making an argument that was, by the standards of her own culture, irrefutable, and that was, by the standards of the newcomer's culture, incomprehensible, and that the gap between the irrefutable and the incomprehensible was the space in which the frontier's tragedy would unfold. Polluck listened. He was not immune to Selly Whitewater's eloquence. He was moved by it, in fact, in ways that he did not fully understand, and that he would later try to suppress, because being moved by the people you are dispossessing is an inconvenience that a bureaucrat cannot afford. But he had his instructions, and his instructions were to secure the land for settlement, and secure it he did, with a treaty that said what he needed it to say, and that would be interpreted, in the years to come, in whatever way served the Republic's interests at any given moment. Selly Whitewater signed the treaty. She did so because she believed that the alternative, refusing to sign and allowing the settlers to take the land without any agreement at all, would be worse. She did so because she believed, with the stubborn, unquenchable hope of a person who has seen much but who has not yet seen everything, that the newcomers would honor their word, that the boundaries would be respected, that the promises would be kept. She was wrong about this, as she would learn in the coming years, and the knowledge that she had been wrong, that she had trusted when she should not have trusted, that she had hoped when she should not have hoped, would be, in the final years of her life, a burden heavier than any she had carried before. Vasek watched her sign. He watched her hand steady, despite her age, take the pen and write her name in the characters that the newcomers used and that she had learned with characteristic determination, so that she could participate in their councils on their terms. And he understood with a clarity that was like a blade in his heart that he was watching something end, not a treaty, not a negotiation, but a world. The world that Selly Whitewater had known and lived in and loved was ending, and the treaty was not its death blow but its death certificate, the formal documentation of a passing that had already begun and that would, despite everything, continue until there was nothing left to pass. Chapter 20. The frontier moves. The Treaty of Gray Birch did not settle anything. It did not bring peace. It did not establish justice. It did not resolve the fundamental conflict between two peoples who wanted the same land for different purposes, and who understood the world in ways that left no room for mutual accommodation. What it did was move the frontier, that shifting, unstable, violent boundary between the known and the unknown, the settled and the wild, the republic and the indigenous nations, one step further west. And with each step, the frontier left behind it a landscape that was transformed, a people who were diminished, and a set of stories that would be told and retold and argued about for as long as the continent of Valdaria existed. The settlers came. They came in wagons and on horseback and on foot, carrying their belongings and their children and their hopes and their fears and their Bibles and their rifles and their plows and their seeds. They came to the land that the treaty had said was theirs. And they found that the land was not empty, that the Thalori were still there, that the Assyri were still there, that the Muskegon were still there, that the land was full of people who did not accept the treaty's terms and who were not going to leave simply because a document in a distant city said that they should. The conflicts began almost immediately. Settlers fenced land that the Thalori used for hunting. Thalori hunters killed settlers' livestock that had wandered into their territory. Settlers cut forests that the Assyri depended on for building materials and fuel. Assyri fishermen objected to settlers' nets in rivers they had fished for centuries. Settlers built dams that flooded Muskegon winter camps. Muskegon raiders drove off settlers' horses in retaliation for the settlers' occupation of their grazing lands. Each conflict was in itself small, a dispute over a fence, a missing cow, a flooded field, a stolen horse, but collectively they formed a pattern, and the pattern was one of escalation, of each side responding to the other's provocations with greater force, of a spiral of violence that the authorities, the land office, the military, the commissioners, were unable to contain because the authorities themselves were part of the problem. Their policies and their actions consistently favoring the settlers over the indigenous peoples and consistently failing to recognize the legitimacy of indigenous claims. The frontier moved. It moved westward inexorably, like a tide that could not be turned. Behind it, it left farms and towns and roads and fences and churches and schools and courthouses and jails, the infrastructure of a civilization that was being imposed on a land that had not asked for it, and that was, in ways that the settlers did not see, and the indigenous peoples saw all too clearly, suffering under the imposition. The rivers were muddied by the plowing of the prairies. The forests were thinned by the cutting of timber. The game was depleted by the hunting that accompanied settlement. The land itself, the soil, the water, the air was changed. And the change was not, in the long term, sustainable, though no one on the frontier had the perspective or the inclination to see this, because everyone on the frontier was too busy surviving the present to worry about the future. And ahead of the frontier, in the lands that had not yet been reached, the territories that had not yet been settled, the wilderness that had not yet been mapped or claimed or fenced, the indigenous peoples watched and waited and prepared, with the terrible, quiet knowledge of people who have seen what is coming and who know that their time is running out. The Muskegon moved their camps farther west, away from the settlers' farms and the settlers' fences. The Assyri retreated deeper into the lake country, where the land was less desirable and the settlers were less likely to follow. The Thalori, whose territory was closest to the settlements and who had the least room to retreat, stayed and fought, not with weapons at first, but with words, with lawsuits, with petitions, with every means that the newcomers' own system of law and government provided, seeking to hold on to what was theirs through the very institutions that were being used to take it from them. The frontier moved. It did not care about the people it displaced. It did not care about the treaties it broke. It did not care about the grief or the rage or the despair of the people whose world it was destroying. It was a process, not a person, and processes do not have consciences. They have directions, and the direction of the Valdarian frontier was west and west and west, and there was nothing, not treaties, not protests, not resistance, not the land itself, that could stop it. Cale Dravenmore, still trapping in the deep water, watched the frontier approach. He watched the Assyri prepare for its arrival. He watched the trading posts expand into towns. He watched the trails become roads and the roads become the routes of migration. He watched and he trapped and he lived his life and he did what he could, and he knew that what he could do was not enough, and that what anyone could do was not enough, and that the frontier would not stop until it had consumed everything in its path and left behind it a world that was unrecognizable to anyone who had known the one that came before. He wrote nothing. He left no journal, no memoir, no record of his thoughts or his feelings. He was a trapper, not a writer, and his response to the world around him was expressed not in words but in the way he lived, in the traps he set and the animals he took, and the arrangements he maintained with the Assyri, and the small, private, almost invisible acts of restraint and respect that were, in the end, the only resistance he could offer to a process that was too large and too powerful for any individual to resist. The frontier moved. The world changed. The people adapted, or they didn't. The land endured, or it didn't. And the story continued westward, always westward, toward the mountains and the deserts and the ocean and the future, carrying with it the hopes and the fears and the griefs and the ambitions of everyone it touched and everyone it destroyed. The Chronicles of Valdara, A Frontier Story Part 3, The Long Road West Prologue. The sound of wheels. The first wagon trains were not magnificent. They were not the great, serpentine processions of legend. The lines of white-topped Conestoga wagons stretching across the prairie like a string of pearls on green velvet, the mounted scouts riding ahead, the women and children walking alongside, the whole enterprise suffused with the golden light of a setting sun, and the stirring strains of a hymn being sung by someone with a good voice and a strong faith. That image, which would later be painted and repainted and engraved into the national consciousness of the Republic of Aldmere, until it became less a memory than a myth, bore the same relationship to reality that a portrait bears to its subject. It captured a resemblance while omitting everything that was true. The first wagon trains were small, disorganized, poorly provisioned, and led by people who had never made the journey they were attempting, and who were, in many cases, making it up as they went along. They were groups of 15 or 20 families, sometimes related, sometimes not, sometimes united by a common origin or a common religion, sometimes merely united by the fact that they had all responded to the same advertisement posted in the same newspaper by the same land company promising free land and a fresh start in the Western Territories. They gathered at departure points along the western edge of the settled zone, places with names like Hale's Crossing, Thimbleford, Sutter's Landing, and they assembled their wagons and their teams and their supplies with a competence that ranged from adequate to dangerously incompetent. And then they set out, following trails that were sometimes roads and sometimes tracks, and sometimes merely the suggestion of a path, heading west into a land that most of them knew nothing about, and that some of them, despite all evidence to the contrary, believed would be easy. The wagons themselves were the product of technology that was, even at the time, ancient. The broad-wheeled, canvas-covered farm wagon had been the workhorse of the eastern provinces for generations, a sturdy, practical vehicle designed for hauling crops to market and supplies to the farm, not for crossing a continent. Adapted for the western journey, the wagons were loaded with everything a family expected to need for a trip of several months, and for the establishment of a new life at its end. Food, flour, salt pork, dried beans, coffee, sugar, rice, hardtack, packed in barrels and sacks that were supposed to be waterproof but rarely were. Tools, axes, saws, hammers, nails, plows, scythes, grindstones, heavy bulky items that took up space and weight but that were essential for the construction and operation of a farm. Clothing, bedding, cooking utensils, furniture that should have been left behind but that someone could not bear to part with, seed for the first planting, a rifle and ammunition for every adult male, medical supplies if they had been fortunate enough to find a doctor willing to sell them, and if they had been wise enough to buy. And always more than they should have carried, because the impulse to bring everything, to prepare for every contingency, to recreate the material conditions of the life they were leaving and the place they were going, was an impulse that almost no one could resist, and that almost everyone regretted within the first 100 miles. The draft animals, horses, oxen, mules, were the expedition's most valuable and most vulnerable assets. Oxen were the preferred choice for the wagon trains. They were stronger than horses, more durable than mules, less expensive than either, and they could survive on poorer forage, which mattered enormously on a journey that would cross landscapes where grass was scarce and water was scarcer. But oxen were slow, 3 or 4 miles an hour on good ground, less on bad, and they were subject to the same dangers that threatened everything else on the trail: disease, injury, exhaustion, dehydration, and the simple, grinding attrition of a journey that demanded more of them than their bodies could provide. A wagon train that lost its oxen was a wagon train that was stranded, and a wagon train that was stranded on the Western Trail was a wagon train that was dying. The journey for those who undertook it was not an adventure, it was an ordeal. It was weeks and then months of daily, unrelenting labor, walking beside the wagons from dawn to dusk, driving the animals, checking the loads, repairing the constant breakages that the rough terrain inflicted on the wagon's wooden frames and iron fittings, hunting and foraging to supplement the diminishing rations, standing guard at night against threats both real and imagined, and doing all of this while exposed to weather that could range from blistering heat to freezing rain, often within the same week, sometimes within the same day. The boredom was as dangerous as the danger, the mind-numbing, soul-eroding repetition of the trail, day after day after day, the same horizon, the same dust, the same creak of wheels and groan of axles, the same aches in the same bones, until the journey became not something you were doing but something that was being done to you, a process you were enduring rather than a path you were following. And yet they came. Year after year, decade after decade, they came. Not by the hundreds, but by the thousands, and then by the tens of thousands, and then by the hundreds of thousands. A migration of human beings so vast and so sustained that it constituted one of the largest voluntary movements of population in the recorded history of the world. They came for land. They came for freedom. They came for opportunity. They came because they were desperate, and because they were hopeful, and because they were restless, and because they were afraid, and because the alternative staying where they were, living the lives they were living, accepting the limitations that their circumstances imposed was, for each of them in their own particular way, unbearable. The sound of their wheels was the sound of a continent being remade. Chapter 21. The departure of a wagon train was an event of extraordinary emotional complexity. It was, simultaneously, a beginning and an ending. The beginning of a journey toward a new life and the ending of the life that had been, with all its connections, all its familiarity, all its comforting certainties. The people who gathered at the departure points were people in transition, standing on the threshold between two worlds, and the emotions they felt, and that they displayed, openly and without shame, because the frontier was not yet a place where emotional restraint was valued, reflected the magnitude of the transition they were undertaking. There were tears. There were embraces that lasted too long, because the people embracing each other knew that they might never embrace again. There were parents saying goodbye to children who were staying behind, and children saying goodbye to parents who would not make the journey, and the partings were made harder, not easier, by the knowledge that the distance being created was not merely geographical but existential, that the people who went west and the people who stayed east would, in the coming years, live lives so different that they would struggle to understand each other, would grow apart in ways that neither intended nor wanted, would become, in everything but memory, strangers. There was also excitement, the bright, nervous, almost feverish excitement of people who were about to do something they had never done, go somewhere they had never been, become something they had never been. This excitement was most visible in the young, the teenagers and the young adults who saw the journey as an adventure, who had absorbed the romanticized version of the frontier from the newspapers and the novels and the travelers' tales, and who expected, despite the warnings of those who had gone before, that the journey would be difficult but glorious, a test of character that they would pass, and a story they would tell for the rest of their lives. The excitement was real and it was valuable. It provided the initial energy that the journey required, the psychological fuel that got people onto the wagons and onto the trail. But it was also fragile, and it would be tested and eroded, and in many cases extinguished by the reality of the road. And there was fear. The fear was less visible than the tears or the excitement, because fear is an emotion that people tend to conceal, even from themselves. But it was present in every wagon train, in every family, in every individual. The fear was specific and the fear was general. Fear of the unknown, fear of death, fear of failure, fear of the indigenous peoples whose lands they would cross, fear of the weather and the terrain and the distance, fear of what they would find at the end of the road, and fear of what they would discover about themselves along the way. The fear was not irrational. It was, in fact, the most rational response to the situation. A situation in which people were voluntarily undertaking a journey that they knew would be dangerous, across a land that they did not know, toward a future that they could not predict, with resources that they knew might not be sufficient. The fear was rational, and the people who felt it were rational, and the decision to go anyway, to feel the fear and to pack the wagon and to climb aboard and to set out, was not the absence of fear but the overcoming of it. And the overcoming of fear is, by any reasonable definition, a form of courage. The organization of a wagon train was, in theory, democratic. The families who comprised the train would hold a meeting before departure and elect a captain, a person who would be responsible for making decisions about the route, the schedule, the campsite selection, and the resolution of disputes. The captain was, in theory, first among equals, a coordinator rather than a commander, and his authority, it was almost always a his, though there were trains led by women, and the trains led by women were, by the statistical records that survived, slightly more likely to complete the journey successfully, was derived from the consent of the governed, and could be withdrawn if the governed were dissatisfied. In practice, The organization was usually a mixture of democracy and autocracy that shifted depending on circumstances. In the early days of the journey, when the trail was easy and the weather was good, and the supplies were adequate and the mood was optimistic, the democratic structure functioned reasonably well. The captain consulted, the families discussed, decisions were made by consensus or by vote, and the train moved forward with a collective sense of purpose and direction. But as the journey progressed, as the trail became harder, as the weather turned, as supplies diminished, as animals sickened and wagons broke and tempers frayed, the democratic structure came under strain, and the captain's role expanded, sometimes by necessity and sometimes by ambition, into something more closely resembling command. A good captain managed this transition carefully, maintaining the consent of the group while accepting the additional authority that the circumstances required. A bad captain either clung to the democratic forms when decisive action was needed, resulting in paralysis and danger, or seized power too readily and too completely, resulting in resentment and, in extreme cases, the fragmentation of the train into competing factions. The best documented wagon train captains were, without exception, people who had made the journey before. Experience was the single most valuable qualification, because the journey west was a series of problems that could only be solved by someone who had seen them before. Problems of terrain, weather, water, forage, disease, equipment failure, and human conflict, each of which had solutions that were specific and practical, and that could not be derived from first principles or learned from books. The land companies that organized some of the wagon trains understood this and hired experienced guides, former trappers, former traders, former soldiers who had served at the frontier forts, to serve as captains, paying them well for knowledge that was, in the most literal sense, worth more than gold, because gold could not get you across a river in flood or through a mountain pass in a snowstorm, but a guide who had done both could.